Hello and welcome back to Gertrude's Corner. Tonight we are doing something a little different. I have been reading through your comments and I noticed a recurring request. Many of you have asked for a longer escape, a place where you can linger not just for a few minutes but for hours. You asked for a story that gives you permission to truly let go, knowing that the narration won't end just as you are drifting off. So, tonight, we are answering that call. We have prepared an extended journey for you, crafted specifically from the results of our last poll, the dusty, rain-battered library. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude. This channel is still so new, yet this community is growing faster than I ever imagined. I love seeing how far this little corner of peace reaches. Let me know in the comments where you are listening from tonight. I always enjoy imagining the threads of this story, stretching out to connect us all across the globe. Thank you for trusting us with your sleep. Tonight is for you, a long, unbroken stretch of calm. Now, let's leave the day behind. Make yourself as comfortable as you have ever been. Adjust your pillows, smooth out the sheets, and let your body sink into the mattress. Close your eyes. Take a deep, full breath in, filling your chest with cool, calm air. And let it out with a long, slow sigh. And more time. Full breath in, holding for a second, and fully out. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears. Let your jaw unhinge. Let your hands rest softly. There is nothing else you need to do right now, and nowhere else you need to be. You are safe, you are still, and you are ready to rest. Let's get into the story. Visualize, if you will, the colour grey. Not a flat, dull grey, but a dynamic, living slate grey. The colour of a heavy, comforting sky. You are standing on a path. It is late autumn, the time of year when the world begins to go dormant. It is twilight, and the light is fading, turning the world into soft shapes and shadows. You are wearing a heavy coat made of thick, dark wool, buttoned all the way to your chin. You can feel the weight of it on your shoulders, a comforting pressure that makes you feel swaddled and secure. The collar is turned up, brushing softly against your cheeks. The air around you is active. It is alive with water. A storm has rolled in off the ocean, bringing with it a steady, relentless rain. But you are not cold. In fact, you feel a delightful contrast. The air on your face is brisk and wet, but inside your coat, you are toasty and dry. You are a self-contained island of warmth, moving through the cool elements. Listen to the rain. It isn't a chaotic sound. It is a rhythm. Millions of tiny droplets are falling from the sky, each one completing a long journey to tap against the earth. Patter, patter. Shh. You look down at your boots. They are sturdy leather boots, well-oiled and waterproof. You take a step. Crunch. The path beneath you is made of gravel and wet earth. Each step creates a satisfying, gritty sound that is instantly muffled by the rain. You are walking through an old forest, the trees towering high above you, their branches knitting together to form a canopy that blocks out the remaining light of the day. They are ancient oaks and elms, their bark dark and slick. As you walk, you notice how the rain sounds different when it hits the leaves high above. It is a soft, whispering sound, a high-pitched hiss as the water filters through the foliage. The smell here is intoxicating. It is the scent of petrichor, that distinct, earthy aroma of rain falling on dry soil. But mixed with it is the scent of pine needles, of damp moss, and the salty tang of a sea breeze that winds its way through the trunks. You walk slowly. There is no rush. Ahead of you, through the mist and the grey light, a shape emerges. It is massive, a structure of dark stone rising out of the earth like a natural formation. It looks less like a building and more like a fortress against the weather. It has tall, narrow windows, and from within them, a warm, golden light spills out, cutting through the rain and the gloom. That amber glow beckons you. It promises dryness. It promises warmth. It promises a silence so deep you can wrap it around you like a blanket. You reach the edge of the forest. The gravel path turns into cobblestones, smooth and slick with water. You can see the entrance now, a grand archway of stone protecting a set of massive wooden doors. You step under the archway. The rain stops hitting you instantly. The silence of the shelter begins. You reach out a hand and touch the wood of the door. It is rough, ancient oak. You find the iron handle. It is cold, heavy, and solid. You wrap your fingers around it. You push down. With a heavy groan of hinges that have seen 1,000 storms, the door swings inward. You step across the threshold. The moment your foot touches the floorboards inside, the world changes. Behind you, you push the heavy oak door closed. It swings on its iron hinges, moving with a weight that speaks of centuries of protection. It meets the frame with a solid, definitive thud. And then, silence. The roar of the wind, which had been your companion for the last mile, is instantly severed. The chaotic drumming of the rain is reduced to a distant, muffled hum, barely audible through the thick stone walls. It is as if the storm has been paused or placed inside a glass jar far away from you. You stand there for a moment, just breathing in the change. You are in a small vestibule, a foyer designed to separate the outside world from the sanctuary within. The air here is completely still. There is no draft. There is no movement. The temperature difference is the first thing you notice. Outside, the wind was biting, nipping at your nose and ears. Here, the air is warm. It is a dry, preserved warmth. You can feel the heat beginning to touch your cold cheeks, a gentle, tingling sensation as the blood returns to the surface of your skin. It smells of history. Take a deep breath through your nose. It is a complex, comforting scent. You smell the deep, resinous aroma of old wood that has been polished with beeswax for generations. You smell a faint hint of vanilla and almond, the chemical breakdown of old paper from the thousands of books waiting in the next room. And underneath it all, a faint, smoky trace of a wood fire that burned down to embers hours ago. It is the smell of peace. You are dripping slightly. A few drops of rain fall from the hem of your coat onto the floor, which is covered in a thick, woven runner rug. The colours of the rug are deep reds and burnt oranges, faded by time but still vibrant in the dim light. To your right, there is a coat rack made of dark, twisted iron and a low wooden bench. You move toward it slowly. The floorboards beneath the rug do not creak. They are solid, settled. You turn your attention to your coat. It has served you well, protecting you from the storm, but now it is time to shed that heavy layer. You bring your hands up to your chest. Your fingers are still slightly stiff from the cold, but they find the top button. It is a smooth wooden toggle. You feel the texture of the wood, the grain smooth against your thumb. You push it through the stiff wool loop. Pop! The first button comes undone. You move your hand down to the second. You are in no rush. You focus entirely on this simple task. The wool of the coat is damp and coarse on the outside, but as you open it, you reveal the dry, warm layers beneath. You undo the third button, then the fourth. You shrug your shoulders, a rolling motion back and down, and let the heavy wool slide away. You catch the coat in your hands. It feels heavy, dense with the water it absorbed, heavy with the energy of the storm. You hang it on the iron hook. It sways slightly, then comes to rest. You watch it for a moment, acknowledging that you have left the weather behind. You are lighter now. You sit down on the wooden bench. The wood is smooth and cool against your trousers. You reach down to your boots. They are splashed with mud and rain, the leather dark with moisture. You loosen the laces. You pull them free from the hooks, the leather strings making a soft zip sound. You grasp the heel of the left boot and push. It slides off with a sigh of suction. You wiggle your toes. You are wearing thick woolen socks, and they are perfectly dry. You place your foot down on the soft rug. It feels yielding and supportive. You remove the right boot, placing it neatly beside the other. Now you are truly here. You stand up from the bench, feeling the softness of the rug through your socks. You feel taller, lighter, unencumbered. The tension that you held in your body to brace against the wind is melting away, dripping off you just like the rain. Ahead of you is a set of inner doors. These are not solid wood, but glass-paned French doors, framed in mahogany. Through the glass, you can see the library proper. The lights inside are dim, casting long, dancing shadows. You can see the rows of shelves waiting for you. You can see the dust motes suspended in the amber air. You walk to the glass doors. You place your hand on the handle. The metal is brass, warmed by the air of the room. You turn it and the latch clicks softly, a sound like a clock ticking. You push the doors open and the scent of the books hits you in a wave. You cross the threshold into the great hall. The first thing that strikes you is the scale of the room. It is vast. The ceiling is so high that it is lost in the shadows above, a cavernous space of dark rafters and hidden beams. You feel small here, but not insignificant. You feel held by the space, like a small treasure placed inside a large, sturdy velvet box. The floor changes beneath your feet. the soft rug of the foyer gives way to wide, ancient floorboards. They are dark walnut, polished smooth by centuries of footsteps. Footsteps of scholars, of readers, of people just like you, seeking quiet. You take a step. Creak. The sound is low and resonant. It is not a sharp noise, but a gentle groan of wood settling against wood. It echoes softly into the high ceiling, a friendly sound that announces your arrival to the empty room. The library is dimly lit, bathed in a perpetual warm twilight. There are no harsh electric bulbs here. Instead, tall iron lanterns hang from long chains, suspended in the air like floating stars. Inside them, thick beeswax candles burn with a steady golden flame. The light they cast is rich and amber-coloured. It touches the spines of the thousands of books that line the walls, making the gold lettering on the bindings shimmer softly. The shelves rise up on either side of you like cliffs. They are floor-to-ceiling structures of dark mahogany, packed tight with knowledge. There are ladders on brass rails leaning against the shelves, ready to slide along the tracks. But for now, they are still. Everything is still. And then, you notice the air itself. Caught in the beams of the lantern light, the air is visible. It is filled with millions of tiny floating specks, dust motes. You stop walking. You simply stand there in your socks, your hands by your sides, and you watch the dust. Usually, we ignore these things, but here, in the quiet, they are beautiful. They are like a slow-motion galaxy swirling around you. Focus on a single beam of light cutting through the darkness near a bookshelf. Look closely at the particles dancing inside it. They are moving, but they are in no rush. They drift up, catch a tiny current of warmth, and drift down. They spiral around one another, never colliding, performing a silent, infinite waltz. This dust is not dirt. It is the physical presence of time. It is the paper fibers of ancient scrolls. It is the dried ink of forgotten stories. It is the very essence of the library, suspended in the air. Watching them is hypnotic. Up and down, swirling and settling. Your breathing naturally slows down to match their pace. You realise that the air in this room hasn't moved quickly in 100 years. It is thick, heavy, and comforting. It feels like a blanket draped over your shoulders. You take another step, deeper into the room. The atmosphere here is heavy, but it is a good heaviness. It is the weight of silence. The storm outside feels incredibly far away now. The rain is just a memory, a soft vibration against the stone walls that only serves to remind you of how impenetrable this sanctuary is. You run your fingertips along the edge of a long wooden reading table as you pass it. The wood is cool and smooth, but you can feel the tiny imperfections, the scratches and dents of history. Your finger leaves a faint trail in the fine layer of dust, a mark of your presence in this timeless place. You are moving towards the back of the hall, drawn by a different kind of light, the grey, diffuse light of the storm filtering through a massive window. But before you get there, you pause again. You are surrounded by the smell of the books. It is stronger here, sweet, dry, and earthy. It fills your senses, grounding you, telling your nervous system that you are in a place of wisdom and rest. The dust motes continue their dance. The candles flicker just once, sending a ripple of shadow across the floor. You are completely alone. You are completely safe. And you have all the time in the world. You leave the centre of the Great Hall and turn towards the wall of books on your left. You step into an aisle, a narrow canyon between two towering shelves. As soon as you enter this space, the feeling of the room changes again. The air feels closer here, more personal. The vastness of the high ceiling is blocked out by the wooden canopy of the shelves above you. You are enveloped in a tunnel of words. The sound of your footsteps changes too. Out in the open hall, there was a slight echo, a sense of space. Here, the sound is deadened immediately. The thousands of paper pages on either side of you act as insulation, absorbing every noise, soaking up the vibrations of the world. It is quieter than quiet. It is a muffled, velvety silence that wraps around you like cotton wool. You walk slowly down the aisle. The shelves are so high that you have to crane your neck to see the top, where the books fade into the shadows. You reach out your hand. You let your fingertips trail along the spines of the books as you pass them. Bump, bump, slide, bump. Each book feels different. Some are rough, bound in cloth that has frayed slightly at the edges. Some are smooth and cool, covered in glossy leather. Some have raised bands on the spine, little ridges that tickle your fingertips as you glide over them. You stop halfway down the aisle. You are completely hidden here. If someone were to look into the library, they wouldn't see you. You are tucked away in a secret pocket of the room, shielded by the walls of stories. You look closely at the books in front of you. They are old, very old. The leather on the bindings is cracked like a desert floor, a web of fine lines that tells the story of its age. The colours are deep and rich, burgundy reds, forest greens, midnight blues, and faded browns. On the spines, there are titles stamped in gold leaf. The gold has flaked away in places, but you can still catch the glint of the metal in the dim light. You feel a pull to pick one up. Not to read it, but just to hold it, to feel the weight of it. You choose a thick, heavy volume, bound in dark blue leather. You hook your index finger over the top of the spine. You pull gently. Shh. The book slides out from its neighbours with a dry, whispering sound, the sound of paper friction. It is a satisfying, tactile release. You hold the book in both hands. It is heavier than you expected. It feels dense, solid, like a brick of history. The cover is cool to the touch, but it quickly warms up against your palms. You bring it closer to your face. You inhale. The scent is concentrated now. It smells of vanilla, of dried grass, of almond. It is a sweet, dusty perfume that instantly calms the mind. It is the smell of slow time. You open the book. You don't look at the words, you just listen to the sound. Crinkle. Pop. The spine crackles gently, stiff from years of resting closed. The pages are thick and creamy, the edges rough cut, not smooth like modern books. You turn a page. The paper is soft, almost like fabric, worn down by the fingers of readers who came before you. You run your hand flat across the open page, feeling the texture of the paper, the slight indentation where the metal type pressed the ink into the sheet. You close the book. Thump. A soft, dull sound. You slide it back into its space on the shelf. It fits perfectly, snug and secure. You linger here for a moment longer, surrounded by the silent army of books. You feel protected by them. They are standing guard, insulating you from the cold, the wind, and the noise of the outside world. You are deep inside the sanctuary now. But there is one spot in this library that is even cozier. One spot that is waiting just for you. You turn your eyes toward the end of the aisle, where a soft, grey light is filtering in. You emerge from the narrow aisle of books. Ahead of you, the architecture opens up into a circular alcove. This is the very end of the library, the prow of the ship, jutting out over the cliffside. Dominating this space is a massive bay window. It curves gently floor to ceiling, composed of thick leaded panes of glass. You walk toward it. The light here is different. The warm amber of the lanterns behind you fades, replaced by the cool silver-grey light of the storm. You stop just a foot away from the glass. Now you can see the full force of the weather you escaped. The wind is whipping the rain into a frenzy. Sheets of water are lashing against the window pane. Tap, 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 shh. Tap, 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 shh. The sound is louder here, but it is not frightening. Because of the thickness of the glass, the storm sounds distant, hollowed out. It is a chaotic lullaby. You watch the water. A single stream of rain hits the top of the pane. You follow it with your eyes as it zigzags down, gathering speed, collecting other droplets, becoming a heavy, wobbly river of water before vanishing off the sill. Through the distorted glass, the world outside is a blur of charcoal and slate. The trees are bending in the wind. The ocean beyond is a churning mass of grey foam. It looks cold. It looks wild. But you are here. Directly in front of the window, facing the storm, is a chair. It is a wingback chair, massive and inviting. It is upholstered in velvet the colour of deep, dark moss. The fabric looks soft, thick and plush. You reach out and touch the back of the chair. Your hand sinks into the velvet. It is warm and dry. You brush your palm against the grain of the fabric, changing the shade from dark green to a lighter silver green, then smoothing it back down again. It is time to settle. You move around to the front of the chair. You turn and slowly, gently, you lower yourself down. Sink. The cushion is thick and yielding. It accepts your weight completely. You feel your hips settle, your back finding the support of the upright cushion. The wings of the chair wrap around the sides of your head, blocking out the peripheral view of the room, narrowing your world to just the comfort of this seat and the view of the rain. On a small wooden stool beside the chair, there is a blanket. It is a heavy knitted throw made of soft, oatmeal-coloured wool. You pick it up. It has a reassuring weight to it. You shake it out, the wool unfolding with a soft whish. You drape it over your legs. You tuck the edges in around your thighs, under your knees, creating a seal of warmth. You pull it up higher, covering your chest, tucking it under your arms. You are fully cocooned. You rest your head back against the velvet headrest. You let your hands rest loosely in your lap, heavy and still. You look out at the storm. The contrast is absolute. Out there, wind, cold, rain, motion. In here, stillness, warmth, velvet, silence. The rain lashes against the glass, trying to get in, but it cannot touch you. It can only sing to you. Drum, drum, splash. You feel a profound sense of relief washing over you. The journey is done. You have walked through the forest. You have entered the sanctuary. You have navigated the labyrinth. And you have found your seat. There is nothing left to explore. There is nothing left to decide. Your eyelids begin to feel heavy. The grey light of the storm is soft and dim, easier on the eyes than the darkness of a closed room. It is a natural dimmer switch, telling your brain that it is time to power down. You shift slightly in the velvet chair, settling deeper into the warmth. The wool blanket is tucked high under your chin. The rain continues its rhythmic drumming against the window, a constant grey backdrop to your world. On the small wooden table beside you, resting next to a brass lamp, lies a book you hadn't noticed before. It is different from the others. It is not a printed volume. It is a journal. The cover is made of worn green leather, the colour of dried sage. It is soft and scuffed at the corners, showing the passage of many years in many pockets. A leather strap is wound around it, holding it shut. You slide your hand out from under the blanket. The air in the room is cool compared to your cocoon, but it feels refreshing. You reach out and pick up the journal. It feels dense. The leather is warm to the touch. You place it on your lap atop the wool blanket. You slowly unwind the leather strap. Loop, over loop, over loop. The leather is supple and makes no sound. You open the cover. Inside, the pages are not white, but a creamy, heavy parchment speckled with age. The writing is done in a flowing, elegant hand, the ink faded to a sepia brown. It is a field journal, written by a botanist who wandered these forests long ago. There are sketches too. Beautiful, intricate drawings of plants, roots and leaves, detailed down to the finest vein. You turn past the title page. You skip the introduction. You let the pages flip past your thumb, flup, 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 until you land on a page near the beginning. You decide to read. You trace the words with your eyes, letting the voice of the botanist fill your mind. It is a calm, patient voice, a voice of someone who spent their life watching things grow. The entry is dated simply, November 14th, the High Ridge. The handwriting flows across the page. I have found it at last. After weeks of searching the damp, shaded crevices of the northern cliffs, I have located a colony of the velvet cap moss. It is quieter here than anywhere else in the forest. This moss does not just grow on stone, it seems to consume sound itself. I'm sitting on a boulder covered in it, and I feel as though I'm sitting in a cloud. I leaned in close to examine the specimen today. To the naked eye, it looks like a simple carpet of deep, lush green. But under my magnifying glass, a whole new world is revealed. Each individual stalk of moss is a masterpiece of architecture. They stand tall and straight, packed together by the millions. They are soft to the touch, softer than silk, softer than fur. When I run my finger across the surface, the fibers bend and recover slowly, like memory foam made of chlorophyll. The colour is extraordinary. At the base, near the cool rock, the stems are a dark, shadowed emerald. As they rise, the colour lightens, turning into a vibrant, living jade. And at the very tips, where they catch the filtered sunlight through the canopy, they are dusted with a pale silver green, giving the entire colony a shimmering, frosted appearance. I watched a single water droplet land on the moss today. It was a slow process. The droplet fell from a fern frond above. It hit the moss, but it did not splash. The moss caught it. The tiny fibers embraced the water, holding it in a perfect, glistening sphere for a moment, before slowly drinking it in. The green deepened instantly as the water was absorbed. It grows so slowly. I have marked the edge of the colony with a small stone. In 10 years, it might move an inch. It is in no rush. It has nowhere to go. It simply exists, anchoring itself to the earth, turning the hard, cold rock into something soft and forgiving. To lie down on it would be to sleep for a century. It smells of rain, of wet stone, and of deep, undisturbed earth. It is the scent of rest. You look at the sketch on the opposite page. The artist has drawn the moss in microscopic detail. You can see the tiny fern-like structures of the individual leaves. You can see the shading that suggests the depth and softness of the bed. You run your hand over the paper. It feels smooth, but your mind feels the texture of the moss. Soft, cool, yielding. You turn the page. The next entry takes you away from the damp cliffs and into the deep, dark woods. October 3rd, the Shadow Glade. The canopy is thick here. Almost no sunlight reaches the forest floor. And yet, there is light. I have spent the last 3 nights observing the lantern fruit vine. It is a shy plant. During the day, it looks like nothing more than a tangle of dry, woody vines wrapped around the trunk of an ancient oak. It looks dormant, grey and brittle. But as the sun sets, the transformation begins. I set up my camp at the base of the tree and waited. As the twilight deepened into true night, I heard a faint sound, a soft crinkle, like tissue paper unfolding. I watched the vines. Tiny buds, no larger than pearls, began to swell. They are pale yellow, translucent and delicate. Over the course of an hour, they expanded. It was a slow, hydraulic inflating, silent and steady. And then the light appeared. It started as a spark in the center of the fruit, a faint bioluminescent glow, warm and orange, like the embers of a dying fire. The light grew stronger, filling the translucent skin of the fruit until the entire vine was strung with these glowing orbs. They do not flicker, they do not flash. They simply glow with a steady, comforting radiance. They look like tiny paper lanterns hung for a festival that no one attends. I reached out to touch one. I expected heat, but it was cool. The skin of the fruit was smooth and waxy. Inside, I could see the seeds floating in a suspension of glowing nectar. The light attracts the night moths. Large, velvet-winged moths fluttered down from the canopy, drawn to the warm glow. They landed softly on the vines, their wings beating slowly. Flap, flap, flap. The vine does not trap them. It simply offers them a resting place. I fell asleep watching them. The gentle orange light was the perfect nightlight. It kept the darkness at bay, but was soft enough to invite dreams. When I woke in the morning, the lights were gone. The fruits had shriveled back into tight buds, and the vine was sleeping once more. It saves its energy for the dark. It understands the rhythm of rest. You blink slowly. You can almost see the glowing orbs in your mind's eye, hanging in the darkness of the library. Little points of warm light, like the candle in the lantern above you. The rain continues to tap against the window. The world outside is dark, but in here, and in the book, there is light.
You turn a cluster of pages, the parchment rustling loudly in the quiet library.
The ink on these next pages is darker, fresher. The handwriting is more deliberate. At the top of the page, sketched in charcoal, is a rough map. It depicts a winding river, a series of ridges, and deep in the centre of a valley, a single massive tree symbol. Underneath, the title reads, "The Search for the Elder Sentinel." You settle back against the velvet cushion, your eyes tracing the lines of the map. You begin to read. June 12th, the edge of the known forest. I have decided to go. For years I have heard the rumours from the woodcutters and the rangers. They speak of a tree so old that it remembers the shape of the mountains before the rivers cut them down. They call it the Elder Sentinel. They say it stands in a valley of perpetual mist, hidden behind the granite ridges of the north. No one has logged it. No one has mapped it. It is a ghost story made of wood and leaf. But I believe it is there. And today, the air feels right for a journey. The sky is a pale, washed-out blue, and the wind is low. I have packed my satchel. I have taken only the essentials, for I wish to move quietly, like a shadow passing through the trees. I packed my heavy canvas tarp, waxed with linseed oil to repel the rain. I packed my wool blanket, the grey one with the mended corner. I have a small tin of tea leaves, dried chamomile and mint, and a copper kettle. My notebook, my pencils, and a loaf of dense, dark bread. The weight of the pack is familiar on my back. It grounds me. It changes my centre of gravity, forcing me to walk with more intention, placing each foot carefully. I stepped off the main path an hour ago. The familiar gravel crunch is gone, replaced by the soft, springy silence of the forest floor. I am walking on generations of fallen pine needles, a carpet that is inches thick and smells of resin and sun-baked earth. The deeper I go, the taller the trees become. The sunlight here does not hit the ground in patches. It filters down in long, hazy beams, like light shining through deep water. The air is cooler here, trapped by the shade. It touches the back of my neck with a refreshing chill. I'm walking slowly. There is no path to follow, only the contour of the land. I follow the slope downwards, towards the sound of running water. The noise of the world is gone. There is no hum of machinery, no voices. Only the wind in the high branches, a sound like the ocean breathing, and the occasional snap of a dry twig under my boot. I walked for 4 hours today. I did not rush. I stopped often to touch the bark of the trees I passed. Some are rough and deeply furrowed, like the skin of an elephant. Others, the birches, are smooth and papery, peeling away in thin white curls that flutter in the breeze. I found a stream around mid-afternoon. The water was clear, tumbling over smooth grey stones. I knelt down on the bank. The mud was cool and soft under my knees. I dipped my cup into the water. It was ice cold, melted snow from the peaks far above. It tasted of stone and purity. I decided to follow the stream. Water always knows the easiest way down into the valley. If the elder sentinel exists, the water will lead me to it. You pause in your reading. You can almost hear the stream the botanist is describing. The sound of it mixes with the sound of the rain against the library window. Burble, drip, splash. The two waters, one in the story and one in your world, blend together into a single, soothing rhythm. You turn the page to see where the stream leads. The next entry is written in a slightly shakier hand, as if written by firelight. June 12th, evening. Camp near the falls. The terrain changed as the sun began to lower. The pine forest gave way to something greener, wetter, and more ancient. I have entered the Valley of Ferns. I have never seen so much green in one place. It is not just one colour, but 1,000 variations. The dark, glossy green of the holly, the pale yellow-green of the new growth, the dusty grey-green of the lichen clinging to the rocks. But the ferns are the rulers here. They rise up on either side of the stream, tall as a person. These are sword ferns, their fronds unfurling in perfect mathematical spirals. I walked through them, and they brushed against my legs with a soft, dry, whispering sound. Swish, swish, swish. The air here is humid and rich. It smells of oxygen. You can feel the life in it. Every breath feels nourishing. I stopped to examine a fiddlehead, the young, curled shoot of a fern before it opens. It was covered in a fine brown fuzz, protected against the cold. It was wound tight, a spiral of potential energy, waiting for the warmth to tell it to unwind. It looked like the scroll of a violin, perfect and sculptural. I moved on, wading through the sea of green. The light began to turn golden as late afternoon arrived. The sun dipped below the ridgeline, and the valley was plunged into a premature twilight. The shadows stretched out, long and purple, connecting the trees to one another. I found a flat spot of ground near the water to make camp. It is a small clearing, sheltered by a hanging rock face. The ground is dry here. I unpacked my roll. I shook out the canvas tarp, snapping it in the air, and strung it up between two saplings. It forms a simple roof, a shelter just in case the mist turns to rain in the night. I gathered wood. Not fresh wood, which smokes and hisses, but dry, dead branches that have fallen and cured in the wind. I arranged them in a small pyramid. I struck a match. The sound of the match flaring was loud in the silence. The flame caught the dry bark, a small crackle, a curl of white smoke, and then warmth. I'm sitting by the fire now. The flames are dancing, casting flickering orange light against the wall of ferns. The darkness has closed in completely around my small circle of light. I cannot see more than 10 feet away, but I'm not afraid. The forest feels benevolent. It is simply sleeping. I brewed my tea. The steam rose up from the copper cup, smelling of mint. I held the warm metal in my hands, letting the heat soak into my palms. I took a sip. It was warm and soothing, spreading through my chest. The stream is louder now that the birds have gone quiet. It is a constant rushing white noise. It washes away thought. It washes away time. I am tired. It is the good, heavy tiredness of physical work. My legs ache in a pleasant way. My eyelids feel weighted. I will sleep well tonight, here on the floor of the valley, under the watchful gaze of the ferns. You rest the book on your lap for a moment. You can feel that same heaviness in your own limbs. The description of the fire, the tea, the stream, it is all transferring to you. The library feels even safer now that you have imagined the dark forest. You are warm, you are dry. You are ready to continue the journey deeper.
You turn the page.
The parchment is slightly crinkled here, as if it had once been damp and then dried in the sun. The entry is dated June 13th, morning, the white drift. I woke before the sun today, or at least I think I did. It is hard to tell time in the white. Sometime during the night, the clouds descended. They poured over the rim of the valley and filled the basin like a bowl of milk. I opened my eyes to see nothing but a wall of white mist hovering just inches above my face, pressed against the canvas of my tarp. I lay there for a long time, just listening. The forest was absolutely silent. The birds were grounded by the fog. The wind had died. The only sound was the condensation dripping from the leaves high above. Plip, plip, plip. A slow, irregular metronome. I crawled out from my warm blankets. The air was biting cold, a sharp contrast to the heat of the sleeping bag. It smelled of ozone and wet stone. It is a clean smell, sharp and bracing. I packed up camp by feel more than by sight. I shook the moisture from the tarp. I rolled the sleeping bag tight, squeezing the air out. I stowed everything away in the pack, buckling the leather straps. Click, click. Breakfast was simple. A heel of bread and a handful of dried berries. I ate standing up, watching the mist swirl around my boots. It moves like a living thing, curling around the tree trunks, hiding the path ahead, hiding the path behind. I am suspended in a cloud. The stream is my only guide now. I cannot see the ridges, so I must trust the water. I will walk upstream, into the white, climbing toward the source. You pause for a moment. You look toward the library window. The rain is still falling, blurring the glass. The grey outside the window matches the grey in the story. It feels as if the library itself is floating in that same mist, cut off from the rest of the world. You return to the page. The handwriting in this section is slanted, suggesting it was written during a break on a steep slope. Midday, the ascent. I have been climbing for hours. The terrain has changed drastically. I have left the Valley of Ferns behind and entered the cloud forest. The slope is steep here. I have to lean forward as I walk, using my hands to grasp the roots of trees to pull myself up. The ground is soft, a thick sponge of peat and decaying leaves that gives way under my boots. It absorbs my weight. It absorbs my footsteps. Because of the fog, I can only see the trees that are within arm's reach, and they are changing. They are no longer the tall, straight pillars of the valley. Here, the trees are shorter, twisted by the wind, gnarled and knotted, and they are covered in moss. Every inch of bark is draped in it. Long, hanging beards of grey-green lichen dangle from the branches, dripping with moisture. It looks like a forest of curtains. As I push through them, the wet lichen brushes against my face, cool and soft. It is a sensory deprivation tank out here. There is no horizon. There is no sky. There is only the tree in front of me and the patch of earth beneath my feet. It creates a trance-like state. Step, breathe, push. Step, breathe, push. I found a spider web strung between two saplings. It was perfect. The fog had beaded on the silk strands, thousands of microscopic droplets turning the web into a necklace of diamonds. It hung there, motionless in the still air. I ducked under it, careful not to break the stillness. My breathing is the loudest thing in the world. In and out. In and out. The rhythm of the climb is settling into my bones. I'm not tired, but I am slowed. My mind has stopped wandering. It is focused entirely on the next step. You can feel the rhythm of the climb in your own body. Not the exertion, but the repetition. The hypnotic cycle of movement. Your breathing aligns with the botanist's. In and out. Slow and steady. You settle back into the moss-green velvet of the chair. The book is closed on the table. The story of the botanist has stopped, but the images remain. They are swirling in your mind, painting the back of your eyelids with shades of green and grey. You are so very comfortable. The wool blanket is heavy and warm. The library is silent, save for the rain. Patter, patter. Shh. But as you listen, the sound begins to change. The rhythm of the rain against the glass starts to sound like the rushing of a distant stream. The creak of the floorboards sounds like the swaying of pine branches. Your breathing deepens. You feel a heaviness spreading through your body, starting at your toes, moving up your legs, softening your hands, relaxing your shoulders. It is a pleasant weight. It is the feeling of gravity gently holding you down, tethering you to the earth. You are not asleep yet, but you are no longer fully awake. You are in the space between, the borderlands. And in this space, the walls of the library begin to soften. In your mind's eye, the room begins to transform. You look up at the tall mahogany bookshelves. As you watch, the wood begins to darken. The grain expands, twisting and gnarled, turning into the bark of ancient trees. The shelves are no longer furniture. They are the trunks of the elder giants. The books, lined up row by row, begin to rustle. They soften. Their spines turn from leather into leaves. Millions of leaves. Burgundy, gold, and forest green. They flutter gently in a breeze that you cannot feel. The ceiling of the library, high and shadowed, dissolves. It opens up not into a roof, but into a canopy. The iron lanterns are still there, hanging in the air, but they have become the lantern fruits from the botanist's journal. They glow with that soft, bioluminescent orange light, bobbing gently on invisible vines. You are no longer sitting in a chair. You are floating. You are weightless. You are drifting through this hybrid world, half library, half forest. You float down the long aisle of trees. The floor is no longer wood. It is the velvet cap moss. It stretches out endlessly, a soft, undulating carpet of emerald green. You glide over it, inches above the surface. You can smell the scent of the rain, the scent of the old paper, and the scent of the pine needles, all mixed into one perfect perfume. Everything is slow here. The dust motes are still dancing, but now they are fireflies, tiny specks of cold light blinking in slow motion. On, off. On, off.
You drift towards the bay window.
But the glass is gone. The barrier between the inside and the outside has vanished. The storm has calmed. The rain has stopped falling down and is now just hanging in the air as a silver mist. You float out into the mist. It feels cool and refreshing against your skin, like walking through a cloud. Below you, the stream from the story is flowing. But it flows with dark, shimmering water, glossy like ink. It winds its way through the roots of the library trees, carrying words and letters on its surface. You watch a sentence float by, carried on a ripple. You watch a sketch of a fern drift past. You follow the river. You are effortless. There is no exertion in this dream. You simply are. You float higher, rising up past the branches of the book trees. You rise until you break through the canopy, just like the botanist climbing the ridge. Above the trees, the sky is a deep, velvety indigo. It is the colour of a heavy sleep. There are stars, but they are not distant suns. They are the golden titles of books, stamped into the fabric of the night sky. They shimmer and glint. You are safe in this world. It is a world made of your own comfort, constructed from the stories you have heard and the peace you have felt. You drift along the currents of the air, lighter than a feather, lighter than a thought, drifting, floating, rocking. The mist wraps around you, a blanket of white cloud. It muffles the world. It quiets the mind. Soft, still, silent. Slowly, very slowly, the currents of the dream begin to change. The indigo sky above you begins to lower, wrapping around you like a soft, dark quilt. The stars, those golden book titles, begin to dim, fading into a gentle, warm ember's glow. You feel a shift in gravity. The weightlessness of the dream gives way to a pleasant, comforting heaviness. It is not a burden, it is an embrace. It is the feeling of the earth calling you back to rest. You drift down through the mist, down through the canopy of the library trees. The leaves brush against you, but as they touch you, they turn back into shadows. The river of ink slows its flow, becoming still, becoming solid. You settle. You feel the support rising up to meet you. The moss green velvet is there. The sturdy wooden floor is there. The stone walls are there. The dream world folds itself away, tucking itself back into the pages of the leather-bound book. The forest recedes, leaving only the peace of the room. You are back in the chair. You are back in the library, but the room is darker now. The storm outside has quieted to a whisper. The rain is no longer lashing. It is merely breathing against the glass. Hush, hush. The lantern high above has burned down low. The golden light has deepened into a rich, slumberous orange, barely illuminating the shelves. The shadows have lengthened, filling the corners of the room with soft darkness. You are so warm. The wool blanket is still tucked around you, heavy and secure. Your hands are resting still in your lap. Your legs are heavy. Your eyelids are sealed. You realize that the library and your bedroom are one and the same. The safety of the stone walls is the safety of your own walls. The warmth of the velvet chair is the warmth of your own bed. The stillness of the shelves is the stillness of your own night. You have nowhere left to go. The journey is complete. The expedition is over. The map is folded. Take one last long breath, inhaling the scent of old paper and rain, and exhaling into the quiet. Your body is heavy, sinking down, sinking deeper. The dust motes have stopped dancing. They have settled for the night. The books are sleeping. The botanist is sleeping. The forest is sleeping. And now, you are sleeping. Drift away into the deep, dark velvet of the night. You are safe. You are held. You are at peace. Good night.